Just getting things set up on our side over. Clear the old friendly chat. There we go. Cool. There are tools. Okay. I think we're all ready on our. Now, for some interesting reason, it looks like our schedule's missing again on the list of streams, which is okay, that happened. So we will probably set up our project schedules again. But on that note, that means it's most of the people out there in the viewing world probably don't know that we're streaming today or at this hour. So, for those of you who do find and discover us, welcome. So as always, we do have a short presentation. So you are, as you might have guessed, at the liveedu.tv/RedIronLabs, and my name is Felix the Cat, and I am here to teach you all of the many ways you can run away from evil, filthy creatures like dogs, and how to catch delicious creatures like birds. And in today's schedule, we are going to do something a little bit different. So usually we've been focusing on, you know, abduction, premium projects. There's a new project we're working on, but today we were thinking yesterday, you know, we have a pretty cool audio team that's been doing some great stuff for us. You can find them at lasthourmusic.com, and we've never really you know, given them some kind of thank you present, and we thought today we would do that by creating a flight sim game that they can put on their website and use for their audio. And so that's our goal today. Now, normally on Fridays we cover abduction, which is VR horror. Saturday we normally cover a premium set of projects for the LiveEdu team. And lately we've been focusing on showing everybody how to create Flappy Bird, which is pretty cool. And then Sunday is where we work on new and crazy projects. Now, obviously today we're going to do that crazy project instead. So, when we finish this little title, if we have some spare time, we will jump into abduction as well, and we can work through some level design, some 3D models, and some story stuff. So, on to the next stage. How can you help? If you can give us donations, that's always welcome. Donations means that we can, you know, get little saucers of cream and catnip and things like that. Sometimes when the store owners aren't watching, I can run in and grab one quickly, and then I run away with it before anybody realizes. But that doesn't happen all the time. And yes, so that is going to be the focus for today. I'm going to go ahead and minimize everything down, and we will share that information into the chat so that as people join, they have some information on what we're doing. So I'll open the chat. So Hi folks, it looks like our stream schedule is missing. However, today we are doing a special project. We will be creating a video game end to end, a flight sim for our friend company, LastHourMusic.com. Today you will learn how to make a game from scratch and finish it. How cool is that? Alright, and I will minimize that down. Now there's kind of 4 parts to what we're going to need. We're going to need a level design or some models for that level design. We're going to need some music, and we're going to need a couple of sound effects. Now today we are we have the music, but we don't have the sound effects. So we also have the 4th part, which is the game itself, obviously. So what you would do now is you'd launch Unity, and when asked, create a new project. In this case, the new project I'm going to call is Last Hour Productions. This is LastHourMusic.com's company name. And I'm going to pick some asset packages. And what I'm going to bring in is not very much. I have a lot that I can pick out of. But there's really only 2 that I want. And even then, these are nice to haves, right? But I have something called image effects. I'm not sure if this is the one I like or if it's a different one. And then Sky 5X1 would be nice, or All Sky up above would be nice. Basically something for skyboxing and something for coloring and LUT and all of that fancy stuff, right? So these are the optional things that just kind of give it a bit of a boost. I'm going to go ahead and hit done and build my project. Now, what we're going to be doing, kind of a little interesting, is we are going to create this whole thing on the fly, and why not? Only live once. So, what are we going to do for a style? Well, we're going to keep it simple because the goal is to be able to do this in a few hours, and that's very doable. So we're going to visit the company's website here, which is again lasthourmusic.com. These guys, the reason why we're showing them so much love and attention right now is they've been doing music for free for indie studios. They've been doing all this stuff to just really contribute to the game community, and I feel like if I'm going to do something for a few hours, let's give back to the people. So this is their logo. And you can see we've been working on some titles and stuff together for a while now. But this is their logo, and I was thinking that on its own, to me, would be such a perfect visual, like coming through a tunnel, you know what I mean? And this would be the exit, and you've got to like kind of just keep navigating a little plane or a little flight thing and stay alive and try to navigate through it. So this is going to be sort of along the lines of part of the idea of what we're going to be. Ooh, that's taking its time. So one thing I always like to do, for anybody who knows me, is I like to do my mock-ups in something like PowerPoint or something where you have a really quick way of doing just line art, really, or box art. So we have, I'm not going to do a 3D angled thing, but we have this shape. So we're going to have 2 kind of things. We'll have kind of a tunnel, and we'll have kind of open world. And then we will have kind of randomness, right? And in that randomness, we might want some specific stuff. So we've got our hourglass. We're going to have probably primitives, like different squares and different shapes that you kind of like dodge and fly around. And what else would we have? Well, I'll have a front view. So that front view is going to have a floor. We will have some kind of walls that you can't fly through. It'll be up to us whether we want to let them die or if we want to let them just bounce off them. But the whole game's going to be played within that restricted view range. And we'll probably, I don't know, something simple for a ship. We don't want some effects, though. Probably something along those lines. Kind of like our Vector Wars ship, maybe. Something like that. And then, of course, our primitives will have the hourglass. We'll have cubes. We'll have some different and interesting things like that. Just some stuff to keep interesting. Wow, that's still taking its... Okay, won't rush you. So, let's get started then on the 3D stuff. So, we're going to have... Now, where is it? A tunnel with this shape. So... how do I want to do that? Kind of see this as a ceiling and a floor. Be an openish area. Oh, maybe that's the way we'll let them know how they can only go so close to the edges because of the ceiling. Let's go ahead and create that cube. Create that cube. Go. Something's running real slow over here, so let's figure out what's going on. Infinity. Crazy. Sometimes things run slow. Okay. A little better. This stuff all runs pretty good. Something is angry in the world. In a world where something is angry. Things sometimes slow for no reason. The cat faces the world bravely. Maybe that's why it's just processing stuff. Okay. Well. Slow will drive it crazy. I'll know that. 0.1 meters. Bring that all the way down to the bottom. Just about this guy will bring to 0 meters. There we go. And I'm going to make this I don't want it just 2 meters wide. That's not very. Okay. Well, still. Tools, set origin, 3D cursor. Put that back there. And let us say that there, right? Might actually be a little too tall. Okay. Now we're gonna have this little weird doohickey. And actually, I'm going to take this and slide it down basically 10 centimeters. That way, it's level with 0. And this bottom face here should be at 1 meter exactly. So actually at a 1 meter by 1 meter space inside this section. Doesn't seem like it, but looks like it's a 2 meter space if you ask me. Oh, is that why? Oh boy. There you go. Okay, it is 2 meters. Whew, I'm not a crazy cat. So that's our upper platform and our lower platform. Let's get that little angly thing in there. And yeah, there's a couple ways we could do this. The quickest one being probably pick a cube. Mark that as 0 meters. And this one becomes negative 5 meters. 0.5 meters. Go on the top. Take that and that. Let's scale it down to, only on the X to 0.15, 0.15, 0.15. And let's knock him down to 60 centimeters. How's that look now? We're gonna come up and then we'll do this piece. Coming up to maybe 1.15 meters. Come up once more. There. Say scale X only, maybe about there. Then, kind of like we did before, set origin cursor. There, so at the distance, got that inner looking. We don't have the outer one, but we do have the inner one. And actually, I feel like those two panels should scale in just a little bit on the Z. And we still got to come in and texture map and all. Still, Okay. Now I'm gonna create one more cube. This one. Bring up one. Bring up one. What is to be difficult? B flip. And then I want to be able to see through inverted UV maps. So I'm going to turn that off. And there we go. So we're gonna have this shape. Means that's gonna actually come up. Our numbers are exact because we can. Down -10 centimeters. Low enough on the bottom or high enough on the top. Delete that face, this face for now. High enough. Now we're gonna need one ridge first. Actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Slide. 5, right? Said 5. And I'm gonna do something really crazy. This side. Faces. Those two. Zero them off. Then we're gonna add a mirror. There. Now what I do to one side gets done to the other automatically. Less work is good. So now this and this are gonna kind of match each other, so also probably pardon me, actually we're making one small mistake. Fine. He's gonna be 1.25 meters. Way too much. Negative 0.25 meters. And I'll just take this by hand. All about creating obstacles, right? This flight sim is not much fun if you don't have to dodge stuff. There. Now those are wider. That kind of bigger tape. That means that one's negative 1.25 meters now. Right? We're gonna tuck that in. Up 9 meters. Nope. Wrong. Wrongo. Hello, welcome. Hello, Moto. This one would probably want. Yeah, 2 meters is fine. So hello and welcome. I feel like Tony, Rukuet Tony, and welcome to the chat. Okay, cool. All right, Tony it is. So welcome, Tony. It's a pleasure to have you. So what we're doing today is, just to kind of share, is one of the companies we're friends with, I guess you could say, is this company here, which is a group of really awesome dudes that create free music for video game studios. And I thought, you know, let's create a little flight simulator based on their logo. It's kind of a small thank you and a give back to them. And we're going to create it in only a few hours. We're going to do it all end to end. So what I've done is I've started to take their logo and I'm turning it into a series of objects and tunnels that you're going to dodge and avoid. So the idea being, because when I look at this, I'm like, this looks like that. What game was that? It was one of the first 3D games back in our SNES days. Anyway, but it has that kind of like almost line art feel to it. I just thought, you know, that would look so cool. Flight simulators are real plane. Very few, but the really, really expensive ones definitely do. So that's a good question, flight simulators. There's a few companies out there, not just flight simulators, but you know when you go to get on a flight, there's those, like the entryway, you walk through like that little tunnel and then you get on the plane. The way they learn how to drive those little, so you don't really know this because you're walking, but the thing that connects to the plane, I can't remember what it's called. It has a little motor and controls and all of that stuff, and so when the plane pulls up, they actually have to almost drive this little weird contraption to connect the staircase to the plane. And to do that, they train on a simulator as well, because if they make a mistake, they're actually going to damage a huge expensive plane. And I know one of the guys who makes one of those simulators. They used to make it in Flash, actually, but yeah, those simulators, strange as it may seem, they can really be important for teaching people stuff. And hello to Anita. I haven't seen you in a little while. So yeah, you'd be surprised what those simulators can teach. And of course, we actually specialize in VR, so simulation is our best friend. I don't want that all the way, actually. I really don't. Because I would love a little bit of around a corner. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah, the useless things you know when you're a kitty cat, I will say. So that's 10 centimeters, that's 10. And we have a modifier on here for mirroring, so whatever we do to the left side happens automatically to the right side. Let's take a look at our logo. We've only got to do now that mid-dip, which is pretty cool. Oh, maybe that's part of the problem. Okay. Focus, kitty cat, focus. Okay, so. Nope, not quite. Gotta be narrower. Gotta come into maybe 25 centimeters. Yeah, that looks nice and narrow. If I was flying through there, I would be freaking out. Okay. So, when we go to assemble this level, because that looks like a pretty intense flight, we may choose to put a bit of a space between these two sides. All right. Have that. We're gonna create a connecting piece because we don't want the whole tunnel to be the same. That would be boring. So we'll create a connector. Maybe, I don't know. Centimeters. That's not straight. Who put a cat in charge of this? Okay. There we go. Now we got a connecting joiner. And that's what the tunnel would look like. Flying in. So you're flying in, there's the tunnel. Maybe try to avoid and dodge and weave. Move that ahead 2 meters. We're just trying to make a quick game, something modular that we can expand on later, right? We don't have to create everything. Making something that we have some time to kind of reflect and think back on, not a bad thing. So you can see we've got the inside of the cave, but we don't really have the outside. So I'm just gonna quickly create an outer model that we leverage as well. So always got a couple choices, right? Do I want to have that as you know what I'm gonna do? And then I can always tell when a good stream finishes up because a lot of people suddenly appear. So hello to anybody who's dropping by to say hello. Man, I should have thought of that earlier because now I'm gonna have to, you know what? I don't want to do that twice. Lazy. Work lazy, not lazy. Okay. And maybe we will go to 2.2 meters. This is just a lot of like trying to cover our hole. This stuff isn't too important. I will give you guys a copy of the project as soon as we're done. So you will have the models to work with if you need. I'd rather you had them. Centimeters. And centimeters. Everything consistent. button. No. Bad kitty. Bad. Yeah, okay. Ooh, that's looking. Oh, that's why. 0. At negative 7.3 millimeters. Weird. Man. Okay. 8 wasting a triangle on something that. Measurements, okay. And there's some stuff we could do to keep making that look cooler, but I feel like as a tunnel, yeah, let's do one more. Let's do one more. The loop cut and slide. No. Take those 2 edges, do a subdivide. And we'll just do minus 50 centimeters. There. And we don't have to fill the inside because we're going to have a joiner. We could though. Could make things easier later, so let's go ahead and do that. Fill in our holes, clean up our mess. Doesn't really matter how you want to fill it, just quit trying to finish it and finish it. And these are those little triangles I hate because I know I should be smarter. No, and of course I'm creating triangles. So whatever, man. Whatever. That gives us that coming through view. Looks nice from behind. Alright. Now, before we go too much further, I want to have my UV maps consistent, so let's take care of that. Tools. UV map, mark seam. Mark seam. So right now we're deciding how our texture is going to be cut out and stretched across these 3D models. It's all about deciding how you're going to want your thing to flow when it becomes texture. You're kind of like trying to pick spots where it'll be less noticeable that there's a seam. I'll show you what I mean in a second. But keep in mind, these kind of tools can do these calculations for you. Stuff we're getting into right here is for people who are anal. And anybody who's seen my streams before knows that for some reason with UV maps, I'm just, I don't know why. I don't know why. Now if I go unwrap, alright, that looks terrible. That tells me I made a mistake somewhere. Actually, this one I could probably mark a seam. Oh, okay. Probably why. Did I close that whole window? Alright, well that's looking better. I'm not gonna say good. I'll give the wrong impression. But it's looking better. So why are we getting a weird map somewhere? Well, we would join all the way around. No, we could. But still. That piece, actually, let's here. He's building something weird somewhere. These aren't working the way you want. Step back and look at it closer. So, dealing with this weirdly shaped object. It is mapped correctly though. So maybe we will let it go. And just say, okay, good enough. Those guys, I'm pretty sure it's the weird seam that I kind of hatched or hacked together really. Anyway, I'm okay with that for now. Let's go ahead and assign this as material. Call it concrete for now. And we'll make it darker color. I'll take this one. If I was just to unwrap without doing all that fancy stuff, it just does huge square. Which is okay if you have some certain types of texture maps, actually. Not a bad thing. But that looks much fancier. And block. And we'll make it white. And this guy and this guy. Those ones I'm okay to have it unwrap that way because they're just planes. But then keep in mind this edge would look a little weird if you use a texture. Alright. Actually, you, link, UV maps. Good, 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 good. We will see. And according to that map we have, be red. You will also be seeing. Will be 4. Just happens to be color. How close are we? Oh, that's orange. Cool. Love it. Okay. Cool. Now let's create those tunnel add-ons we had mentioned before. So that the tunnel's not always so tall. And you know what? Let's keep that with a little bit of curve on. Into 90 centimeters. Looks right. Is that right though? Is it? I'm not convinced. Alright, it is. Alright, so that brings us into here. Okay. Let's say we wanted to allow them some breathing room somewhere. We're gonna go 5. Should have just typed 1.4. Meters. Did it again. Didn't go any 2 meters. We're not actually building the level here. What we're doing is building the pieces. And we're kind of rushing. We're not taking our time. That's because you could build this stuff on your own if you wanted to do something different. Scale y minus 1. Scale. Now got to take that and flip. Oh, we gotta repeat here. Y minus 1. Good question. What device can this simulation run on? This is going to be a really quick and ugly simulation to run on. It would run on desktop, mobile. In this case, we're aiming for web browser, but it's not a fancy one by any means. Because we're doing it as quick as we can, right? So, but this will run on, mobile. One. Sure can. And to give you an idea, in my mobile careers, back when I was still doing mobile, I had created actually over 200 mobile applications and games in my day, so you'd be amazed what you can use on mobile. But like I said, this is just going to be a little tiny game that we can give to those give to that team, and they can put it on their website. So nothing too complex. We give them something cool that they can use to showcase their music, because they give so much to the game community. To give you an idea, we were at a game jam. That's where people like me get together and we work on games for a bunch of days straight. And the gentleman that we're making this for created 30 songs in 3 days for all of the games for free, just as something to, I don't know, give back to the community a little bit. So I feel like giving them some little thank you, no matter how small, is just something that I feel like would be really cool. I'm pretty excited to be doing it. Up 2 meters. Now this is where you can make things a little more fun. Oh. Where you're going. doubles. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to start joining these pairs. Joining them means that they're not separable anymore. And that's because I have almost every combination I want. Here, let's go ahead and create, maybe we make a sphere, really simple. Maybe there. That looks like a pretty big obstacle. So let's scale it down. Oh yeah, right there. Meter. 10 meters was it? 8 meters was it? Why so complicated? But yeah, and don't hesitate to ask questions, Tony. I know it's easy for me because I know what we're doing, but I don't ever want somebody to feel like they can't ask something. Now this one you'll see has no UV map, so the UV map we're going to use is just called a sphere projection, and it will take care of that for us. Or you could do a smart UV project, break it out that way. Light mapping if you prefer, active core. I feel like could also manually set it. So let's pick edges and do that. That now, you can also alt click to mark seam, unwrap. And now we got two perfect spheres. That I like. This object, I'm not a huge fan of. At this jump. Looks cool coming out of the tunnel, looks a little weird later on. No, I'm still not happy. Okay. There we go. Now we have this. Oh, Z-1. Bring you up to 2 meters. Reset your rotation scale, which inverts his normal, so we just recalculate. There we go. Up 2 meters. And then this time, we're going to create a snake type effect. Let's take those 2 little edges. You two are joined. That would be fine. And 50 centimeters. We can make it more intense. Bring it in. I actually went 2 meters exactly on the phone that time. scale x minus 1. Nope. I minus 1. Here's actually scale y minus 1. Oh, he's inverted. Or recalculate. This time, meter. And anytime they don't follow the path, we'll kill the player. That'll teach them a lesson. But, you know, we've spent the last hour, we've created a whole bunch of models. I think we are about ready to create the game. That gives us some obstacles and some stuff we can work with. And then it's in a good spot that the user could then come back into another tunnel. All right. The only thing we haven't done, and take a quick look at our game engine. It has finished setting up the project for us. So I'm going to go ahead and show an explorer. Create a folder called models. Now these two plugins we brought in are not important. It's just one is a skybox so that we can use the skybox and not have to create one. And this one will allow us to do some coloring and some effects on the camera that we don't need but can't hurt to have. So we now have a models folder. I'm gonna pick that and we will save this whole fancy project as level layout, right? Well, we got it, there's level layout. But we also haven't created the player's ship yet. So I'm gonna go ahead and create that quickly here. Now, we kind of discussed briefly at the start that we'd make it kind of like that. So let's create a ship really quick. Scale 0. I'm gonna make it big first and shrink it after. Doubles. Very good. Yeah, let's scale that. To the scale. It can fit. Let's shrink him a little bit. Okay. We can do some of that on the fly later as well. You don't have to get that sizing perfect right at this point. That origin, geometry, so it's going to be in the middle. Now if I move him to 0. Up. Get a cute little spaceship. Okay. Now I'm going to create the little side wings for him. However, I'm going to parent them to him, and the reason being, we can actually make these fall off, which is kind of cool, if we keep them as separate little objects. Just down. And we still got to clean up all the names. I mean, everything's just named Cube because I haven't done any cleanup as I've gone along. You don't want that either. So he's kind of like... Okay, so Shift S, cursor to selected. Set origin to 3D cursor. Now I can see his position relative to the parent, so now I can actually go and do my anal thing of there, scale, scale x minus 1, apply, flip. Cool. The only thing we're missing now is the motor. Extrude and scale down. Extrude. And extrude. Extrude. Does that work? Kind of an interesting looking little ship. I think that works. Now I'm going to change his point of reference though to be cursor to selected, so it goes right there. Set origin to 3D cursor. Set origin cursor. Set origin cursor. There. Now we do have a ship. Smart. Nope. Alright. Did this before. Link. B-maps. Oh, did I accidentally join those guys? Actually, yeah, okay. Whatever, man, whatever. Mark seam. Mark seam. Ooh, that guy, Mark C. That looks better to me. Okay. So now let's go ahead and create a new one. We'll call this ship. Wing. Wing. And let's make the wings blue. We'll make the ship green because we don't have a green yet. Or maybe a yellow. That yellow looks terrible. Okay. Now I'm going to take these two. I'm going to slide them back a little bit and slide them up. Just so it has that slightly more shippy look. Now, flying through here, that's gonna get pretty tight. Also need one more type of blocker. Duplicate him once more, bring him up. Meters. Duplicate him, he goes up. Meters. $90. Centimeters, bring him over 1 meter. maybe for fun. Meters, scale, x minus 1. Centimeters. Okay. Cursor to selected. Go. Something like that. The reason why I'm kind of doing this the way I'm doing it is there's a bunch of ways we could do all of this stuff. One of those is just to have a series of objects and we'll just randomly pick one on launch. This will make more sense in a minute. Hopefully. So, choices that way, different that way. Meter. Up 1 meter. Balls, I kind of picture them moving back and forth. All right, we got a blank. Got him, parent, him, parent. Those can all join. Because we'll always come in and out. Parent. Actually, pick that. Get the cursor there. Cursor to selected. No. Pick all of you. Set origin to 3D. Perfect. This guy. Wave. Is always the same. Doubles. Cool. Now you can see our objects are starting to clear up. We've got a tunnel system, we've got some bouncing stuff we can dodge around. All of that kind of stuff. I feel like we were pretty good. So we only have one last thing we need to do. That, my friend, is to create side collision panels, right? These will be transparent, but will stop the user from going past that point. Just because we made a tunnel. If they just flew out of it, then it'd be a pretty terrible tunnel. Right. Now, I'm gonna change that. New, we'll go wall. Invisiwall. These walls are the ones I'm going to try to make transparent. So, unwrap. Cool. Happy. I'm actually gonna call this wall this before I started closing. So who knew we would lose so much time to 3D model? I kid, actually. One of the things I do is contract as a modeler, so I know it'd be a lot of work. But I wanted to make this so much that I had to. I'm actually going to change my snap point back. Oh, of course, and now I need... That was when I need it. Alright. You... It's all about taking advantage of the tool, right? Get the tool to do. You guys. Oh yeah, okay. We're gonna come meters. I'm gonna scale x minus 1. Nope. Y minus. Scale. Yep. Cool. Let's duplicate him. 2 meters. Side. It's kind of like turbo fast 3D mode. Only it's not so fast. Right. I'm gonna join those 3 walls. Is meters. Now I don't want to go through all of that again because that was quite painful. Him and the wall. That was actually fast. But it felt faster, and that's the important part. No. Parent. Oh, what's going on there? Ugh. that the problem? Must have bumped him. Fixed down. And last one. Okay. And it's been almost an hour and a half and we're still modeling. Jeepers creepers. Alright, so we're happy with that. Now we've got kind of a tunnel system. Too much craziness. Got our ship. I also want to create one more small set of things. Bring that over. Round everything up. I'm okay with that. I'm gonna create a new material. We'll call this objects. I don't know. I'll call this building. It's only what they are in my head, right? Doesn't matter what they really are. Meters. Tall. $10 meters. Minus 2. That. Meters. Centimeter. Thinner. A little less tall. Some variation. And we could do this programmatically as well. This doesn't have to be. We'll do one more. This time, tools, loop cut. I guess I should just done a subdivision. So yeah, let's. Subdivide. Hold on. Normally you'd clean these up a little. For now, that's good enough. Now, let us. We'll make it ugly for now because we're just trying to get it done. Not going to do any fancy UV mapping. We're not really doing any texturing. We're making a quick, colorful space area kind of. That's probably good for now. We could come back and make more objects, but we certainly don't need to. So, got a bunch of different buildings. We got the. Let's start labeling stuff. Quick. Cave, big. Yep. Kind of an adjusting. He's small. He's small. Panel clean. Actually, we'll call this panel clean. Keys panel barrier. Or panel time. Barrier. Yeah, good question. Will you need to write any code for the game later on? We certainly will, and we're going to be jumping into the code right next. So all I'm doing right now is just a little bit of cleanup on the naming, just so it's a little easier for me to get through the objects, and then we're jumping right into the code sides. We're going to use Unity Game Engine and Visual Studio. We'll be doing the development in C#, and we will create it so it only works with, for now, just touch or a mouse. So really, you could make it on mobile if you need. Yeah, that's a good question, and yeah, great question. So Unreal does use Blueprint, and I got a couple of code lists. They call it visual programming, but I do have a couple of tools that allow you to do that. I'm a coder by heart, so I never really use those, just because I'm more of a coder and less of a designer. But there are some great tools if you're not sure about coding and you want to get familiar with it. Absolutely, there's some really cool stuff. The other thing is there's a couple other game engines like Game Maker, Click Fusion, which I use if I'm at a game jam and that's what the team's using. Pardon me. And those also allow you to create without using code. And so that stuff is really cool, powerful, and you can do a lot with it. Great question and great point. So I'll get into the code today, but you could use a codeless engine to build the same thing. So it is definitely possible. Panel big. Yeah, thanks for asking. I think it's a great question. I think that a lot of people would have that question. And we've spent a lot of hours today just watching me model stuff. Not the most interesting thing. Will get cooler, I promise. Guys are not associated. Right, I'm trying to mark which teeth are upper and which teeth are lower so that in the game, it only shows one. It'll randomly pick one of these teeth. Because I don't want all of these teeth to... I mean, maybe, but we certainly don't want to make that the all the time things. Okay. Panel. And what I will do is I think the coding question is a good question. Is normally I would set something up like this so it's random. But maybe we will make a Rails-based game, which means we're going to lay out the entire level without doing any code. And by laying it out that way, you can learn without having to do as much coding, and it'll be more of the design stuff. That might be kind of cool. L. R. Okay. I would normally have to keep going through, because each one of these objects, as you name them, there's also the name of the mesh. So even though there's the name of the panel, which is like object, so panel our teeth, there's also a name of a mesh. So normally I have to rename everything twice. For the sake of saving time, we're not going to do that today. Just work with simple names, but it does make things a little difficult in some of the game. Go ahead and save. So all of that, refresh. Let Unity think for a minute. And actually, I might get rid of some of the effects we were going to bring in here. Take a look. So now our models are here. This is our model layout. You can see it's all that model that we created. We can bring that in. And now you can see how it looks in the game engine. Now I'm going to simplify my view a little bit here. But that's all our pieces. So it actually works out pretty good. I think, anyways. Hello to all the new joiners. That was a lot of people at once. So Austin Girl, always good to see you. Emma. Gostra FX. M Vega. I think M Vega, I've met you before. Everybody else, welcome. And Yana, always good to see you. Just jumping into the coding side. So we've thrown together some 3D models. So now it's time to build the environment. Now you can download some skyboxes for free from different places. Skybox we're going to use is from the All Sky pack, which I think actually is a free pack. So if I hit this little button here, you can now pick. And I'm thinking for this game, let us, should we do a space look? Should it be a daytime sunny look? So many choices. I'm thinking Space Nebula. Or red. That looks kind of cool. And it gives us the dark look we want. So these, you can see now that the models are listed and assembled, the materials are right here. So we're going to be able to go ahead and start making some changes right away to start building out this level. Now, like I said, normally I would build this procedurally, but because we're kind of having fun today, we'll build it the old school way, and we'll actually build it as a rail kind of type of map, which means we're going to go ahead and pick everything and put it where we want it and have it do what we want, so that we can kind of have fun and just enjoy it, make it do what we like. So we've now got our skybox. Let's take a quicker look at that skybox and make sure it's got all of these images. They're set to high quality, so we're fine. We also probably want to add some lights. So I'm going to delete that light, and instead just thinking, how do I want to do these lights? Because I want it to have a dark look on the inside of that tunnel. Okay, let's go ahead and keep that like that. but we'll change its direction. So I do apologize to Tony. I know I had said we're going to be doing coding, but like I said, we're going to actually be doing, I think, at the moment anyways, more of the level design, a little less of the coding. We'll get into coding. Ooh. One thing I noticed right away is these spheres look kind of blocky. We got two choices. We could take advantage and make them look more blocky, or take them and just hit smooth. And I think I'll hit smooth. And just read. Hey PHP, I haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing well. There are some really good streams going on. They've been having some fantastic premium stuff, so no hard feelings if you guys are off exploring, I promise. I'll be a little sad, but I will forgive you. I kid. There's nothing. Okay. So I'm picking all those invisible wall panels, and I'm going to turn off Mesh Renderer, and I'm going to add Mesh Collider. So what's happened is, instead of blocking light and all of that stuff, it now looks invisible, but it actually would hit the player if the player bumps into that edge. So that's cool. Our space buildings are out of space now. But that's fine. We'll worry about that when we get. So, having fun. Let's pick this dude and start on this. So, by default, now he might be a little big still. Might be. Shrink him down, but we can work with his size and all of that stuff as we go. One thing I'd like to do is all of this stuff we're going to add a bit of an effect to. So let's head over to the materials. We will bring in assets, import package, effects. These are built-in effects into Unity. We're going to take advantage of some of them. Perfect. So we're jumping right into the game, which is kind of cool. Just letting that run its course. All we're importing right now is the Unity standard assets. So Unity actually comes with some tools that we can take advantage of without having to manually deal with it. Some of those things are visual effects. Some of those things are manipulation tools or those kind of things. And what we're looking for actually is, let's do two things. We have a lot of stuff in here we're not using now because we're only really using the space effect. So we're going to do some cleanup, but we're also going to make one important change. So all of these materials have a shader. The shader decides how the material looks. And now that we've imported Unity ones, we can actually do cartoon ones. We could also do probably a little closer to what I want. Maybe not. take a quick look at everything. So let's chase this to its material folder. Each one of these, let's take them all, set them to tune, basic outline. There we go. So that's what the game looks like now with the tune effect. A little more extreme than I would like. So I probably will pick a different one. But take a moment and see what we got. I don't want to bring in anything more if I don't have to. And I do like outlines. I just feel like maybe what I need to do, change this 5 to Also, oh right, okay, so here's where heat. So we're gonna start splitting up this model, and it's gonna freak out because now it's like, dude, you're changing stuff. I don't know what you're doing. Be aware. So I'm gonna create an empty game object. I'm going to set him to 111 for scale. And the ship is going to go underneath it. And the camera's going to go. We'll call this player. That controls the whole player. Camera. And we'll have the camera follow the player by script. But that's the game view, so now we can see the ship, we can see everything around us inside the camera. So I'll show you what I was talking about some of the effects. Oops, applied. So we have image effects. TAWs were the ones I was talking about, where we can do some stuff that way. And I'm thinking once we mix tune outline with a cool TAWs, we'll actually get a pretty interesting looking. And if this doesn't work, we'll grab another image effect, but I would love something good. Security camera. Oh, we are gonna need some bloom and glow. That's a must. And other than that, you need any of this to providing any value? Well, that looks weird. Just looks. I'm not opposed to it, but man, that would be hard to play. Lots of fun effects to pick. Horrible. Alright, I'll keep it at thicken for now. But we'll come back and rework some of that stuff later. I don't want to waste too much time with stuff that everybody can tweak kind of to their own likes. Just doesn't seem like a good use. what I will do is take him, add mesh collider, that way it can collide with stuff. And we're going to tag it as wall. I have to pick it all again, and then I have to actually tag it. Okay. As for the panels, those are going to need mesh collider. Those we can tag as wall, because if we hit it, we want to die. And then is a wall. We have a collider, but we're going to tag it instead of wall because we don't want to die on these ones. We just want to bounce off it. Create a new one called barrier or blocker. Blocker's probably a safer one. Pick these again and then pick what I just created. Maybe he doesn't listen to people. Okay, actually, these guys we can probably cheat and sphere collider. If you use a sphere collider or box collider, etc., like the Unity native colliders, you can actually reduce latency a little bit, so and use them. There. So how do we know that we've kind of done stuff right? Let's add something very interesting and very experimental. Rigid body. And then we're going to add something, and this will be our first script today, and we'll call it player. I'll add it here. Oh, we'll add on the ship. Player controller. Smooth. Come on. Be shy. Follow. Okay. Also need some other scripts, or we're going to be creating a lot if we don't. Bring in Unity's camera scripts. This will, if you want, allow you to use some defaults for things like field of view, joystick controls, touch controls if you're doing all of that stuff cross-platform. It'll have some prefabs for cameras, things of that nature. In this particular pack, we're not really going to probably use much except for look at target, which we could create ourselves, but it's in here, so let's go ahead and use it. But chances are we will scrub that and end up using our... Now, we have all of this junk from an imported thing, and we are only using one skybox, right? So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of everything except for the space and the cartoon. It looks like demos. I might keep that because the glares can be handy. Get all of those. I feel like it captures the essence of that a little bit, but we're going to add some stuff in there to really make that pop and stand out. So, something we're going to create on this side, as I said before, I don't really have anything good for lights, right? Let's create something for creating lights in the scene. Well, I'm going to copy him. Move him off, maybe 4 meters, just somewhere out of the way, set origin to geometry. I'm going to You're its parent, so it's on its own. I'm gonna call him light bulb. We'll scale him down. And I'm going to add a modifier on him, a special one called edge split, which makes it have that hard and not so hard. Now, I'm also going to come into new material, assign it. I'm gonna call this actually it's the easiest way for selecting. This is only oh, I see. It's part of my friend. Getting old, it's hard to remember how to sometimes invert selects. Eight. Cool. 2. That one, and we go. Perfect. Light bulb. Metal. Hint it so we can see it here. Light bulb. Let's make save. File. Save. Back to Unity. So, when we come out of that tunnel, I want that bright light in your face here. And that means we got to create a couple of things, including probably some light bulbs. So see how this is no longer blue? That means things that I add on that model are not going to just magically appear like they were. So I gotta come in here, find the light bulb, and bring it. And that's all. And there's a little. Oh. S. E. Oh, like he has a really strange. Him, I'm gonna do something interesting. We will make him maybe a little smaller, and I'm gonna add a sphere collider and a rigid body, and I'm gonna turn off uses gravity. So what happens is he's not gonna do any logic, but if you bump into him, he's gonna go flying, and that would be. He's there. Light bulb. I'm going to change that color to kind of there. select that and add an emission of this. If you look, he's now got starting to look like a light bulb. And light, and we'll call it spotlight. Now we're going to give it a bigger range, 90. And we'll give it hard shadows. Now he's got light. We're going to also add flare. Let's see if we got any. Oh, lens flare. Do we have any flares? We do. Let us go with. The reason we're not seeing the flare is because, of course, the light is there. So, we pick him. Ignore layers, and we're going to make him a layer of array cat. Have children? Heck is in his hierarchy. Oh, spotlight. Raycast, nope. There you go. And we could make it so that only half ignores a raycast. Let's do that. So let's maybe select just the light bulb half, separate it, and parent it. And again, back. Now let's code. The problem I have is I should be able to see a lens flare from the other side of the light bulb. Back of the light should block it. Thanks, Yana. Very old school kind of graphics. And we'll spice this up as we go really well, because that's the way I roll. Okay, all right. It's complaining a little bit. That change the light bulb in such a way that it has no idea what I'm doing. Confused. Let us. So I can take this to transition to another object. You can pick your object, hit this guy, and there's a little copy button, and then I can paste it. You guys can't see that because Windows, the way the window works. That will allow me to move that over so that I can move it down and delete. I'll go back to adding a rigid body. I will. On this part, add a mesh. I can even make it convex. Oh, I don't want to. Oh. Why? Because I'm thinking. All right. That would work. There. Now when we get behind it, it goes away. As we come through the game, it gives us that bright look. Now, this might be a little too bright. I have a custom script that I like to use, which is a lens flare adjuster, but before we get there, let's take a look at some other lens flares, see if there's better fit. That's the sun one.
Please listen carefully.
So what I'm going to do is create a lens flare, what do I call those? Distance adjuster, I think I call it. But we'll jump into our other game, Abduction, which some of you may recognize. And I will grab a snippet of code, and I'll walk you through it. It's just I'm not one of those people who likes to do things twice. And as you start building more and more tools, you'll do the same thing as well, where you start creating your own tool set, right? So, lens flare distance adjuster. And drop it in. So the problem I have with the standard lens flare that comes in is if I'm here, the lens flare is this size, but if I'm all the way back here, it's the same size. And that's not that representative in the real world. I mean, the sun's an exception because of its brightness value, but most things, a lens flare gets bigger and smaller as you get closer and farther. And so one of the tools I've added to my list of tools is, here's the lens flare, is something called the lens flare distance adjuster. And I'll walk you through what this does because I want you to think about these types of tools and how to make them yourself when you're working on your own games. So what the lens flare distance adjuster does is it will check for where the player is and just basically change how big this is based on how far you are. So if you're far away, the lens flare gets softer, and when you get closer, it gets brighter. And that's a lot better for things like flashlights, you know, light bulbs, things like that, where you're not going to have that massively large lens flare far away. You'll have a tinier one that's kind of representative of the size of the lens. And it's not 100% accurate to the real world, but this will get us close enough to give us a really cool visual effect as we fly in. So the way this little snippet works is it has a light that it's going to use as a reference. It's going to have a lens flare it's going to use as a reference. And it's going to have some values that you can set. So first thing it'll do is if it doesn't get told that there's a light, it'll assume there's one on the object. If it doesn't get told where there's a lens flare, it'll assume there's one. After that, it's going to do what I like to call slow updates. So rather than update every single frame, which in a normal update on Unity happens, you know, upwards of thousands of times in a second, this will slow it down to only update once every 10 times a second instead of 1,000 times a second. So that it can just kind of slower process things. And you want to put in these slower updates when you're working on mobile, because if you stay that intense on mobile, you're going to just burn up CPU. If I hit play, this lens should adjust. And you can see it did. And you see how it gets kind of an interesting look down there? It's actually kind of nice. That's all. So, what we see and what it's going to do is going to be a little bit different. But, that said, I want a different lens flare. I don't like this. That's too bright. That's too bright. Now I'm okay with this one. So, we have this friendly folk. They have a rigid body with a sphere collider. Turn off gravity. So you can see how that looks like a nice, interesting little light now at the end of the tunnel. I'm going to duplicate that. And I will switch this from local to global. Rotate it from 35 to minus 30. That way it just gets... do something funny. No, I guess we could do fine. Looks bad in the preview, but when we hit play, it'll give you kind of two little globy lights. And the reason I set them the way I did is I want them to have physics so that if I bump into it, it'll kind of bounce around, fly around. Because I want it to be kind of cool that you bumped into a light. But I don't want it to be, you know, in a bad way. I just want it to, like, I don't want it to kill the player. I just want the player to be, yeah, I can bump that around. So what I can do, though, to make it act a little more friendly in my view, is I got my minimum maximums, all of that stuff in here. So I can just set this to 0 or 0.5. The script is going to take care of the brightness for me, so I don't need to worry about it. But it's good to have that in there. That's in there. And those I'm happy with. So we've got our ship. And remember how I put a rigid body? I didn't check this little tiny box, which is what you kind of need. These two, I'm also going to add a rigid body. I'll turn off gravity, and I'll mark them as kinematic for you. And what'll happen is, when we crash, maybe I'll show you planning. So, look at target. Did not look at the target. Okay. Could be because he's not tagged. That was not the problem. Oh. Have a look at target. Auto look. Oh, could that be one? Okay, I see. I see. Okay. So if I create a game object underneath him and I swap that ownership, he gets moved there, he gets moved there. You'll see, usually, didn't work the way I wanted. You'll see nothing. These are not the cameras you're looking for. Oh, I might need to take a closer look at that Unity script of it. Maybe it worked fine. I don't know what's wrong with you. but fix that. So, camera, pivot, camera. And he's tagged as main camera. Okay. Take a look at their camera script. First, let's get rid of all this junk. I don't need that. On start, its rotation is being tracked. Then setting it to its original rotation. Okay, it's just changing, letting happen. Transform equal modified rotation. Fancy good. Okay, that makes more. Okay. Realized they had that value on there. So now wherever the ship goes, the camera will slowly look at it. And the ship does have a player controller, so let's go ahead. And we're actually going to do two things. I need that. That's the one. It's tracking its local rotation in relation to that. We're good there. You will say move, follow. Nope. Okay. Follow. So I'll show you why that's going to matter when we go into the flying script. So in here, I've got a couple of interesting little scripts. The biggest one that we're going to be using is the player controller. So let's go with update. And in here, we're going to add a constant speed. And actually, we're going to need another thing because I wasn't thinking. Empty game manager. And we're going to create a game manager. Any of you who've worked with me on other stuff before will be very familiar with me using a game manager, Singleton. But the problem I have here is I don't want the controller and the player and all of that stuff to always be working. Player has to be able to stop the game, or at least a start. So to do that, we're going to need a couple of things. Now, normally you could split this logic up more, but we're going to, for now, because we have such a small game, put it all into here. We'll create an enum called game states, and in here we'll call paused and playing. And we will say public game state equals game states dot So our default state is paused. We are going to create a singleton. We're gonna create a singleton, events, and states. Actually getting into some pretty quickly complicated stuff for people who are kind of new. So we're gonna have a public static game manager called instance. And I won't go into why this stuff is too much. Just know that this is a way we can leverage some of this stuff a little bit easier. So by default, your static classes can't be derived from mono behavior, and by default can't really, you can have multiple mono behaviors. So a static class lets you reference something from anywhere, and it'll only return the first instance it finds. And so you really only want one of each, but at the same time you want to be able to call it from anywhere and allow it to have object properties such as position and space, that stuff. So that's kind of one of the reasons to do it this way. But you can also, it just opens up a lot of stuff. So how do we do that? Well, we have a public static reference now to game manager instance. So if I go game manager instance, it'll reference that static reference. But that reference might already exist. Maybe I'm a duplicate. So if instance isn't null, and instance doesn't equal this, I'm a duplicate. So destroy this, return. Otherwise, instance equals this. And that's all a singleton is. Really simple. So it's saying if I'm the duplicate, kill me off. Otherwise, make me the master or the person in charge. So that will take care of that. So now we can call at anywhere in the game manager instance game state and see what state the game currently. Now I'm also going to need public event game state changed. On game state changed, is that public delegate? Changed. Let me just pull up a reference. Sometimes I don't remember. Delegate and C# example. So what is an event? Well, I don't want to every single frame, because remember how I said I don't want to keep checking every single frame what to do? So if I have something checking every single frame if the game state has changed, in every single class, that's going to be a lot of work on the game. It makes a lot more sense to just create an event that will trigger only when the game state changes, and then it'll say, hey, something's changed. I'm going to need to go and do that now. So that way it only reacts when it has to react. These are events and delegates, just the way I could take a look at something else. It's just, I'm lazy. I don't want to. Feed me the code. Yeah. There. Public delegate void. Go. The public event. This. Do this. Otherwise. There we go. Now I will allow for an invoke. I mean, you can do it other ways, but this is just an easy way. So actually, what I will do is we have the game state here. Let's move it to a private, rename it, and then encapsulate the. So, what's going on here? Nobody's allowed to ask me for this game state. They're only allowed to ask me for this game state. And the reason being, now I can do a getter and setter on it. So when you're asking for it, I can just give it to you. But if you go to set it, we do that. And then if on game state change doesn't equal null, then on game state changed. That. That. It's a fancy way of saying if somebody's setting or asking for a game state, we will pull this reference. If somebody's changing it, we will change it, and then we'll kick off an event saying, hey, this changed. So then this way, player controller can listen to that. So, public void. Don't need that anymore. So, game state on game state changed. Game manager, game states, game state. Then we can do this. So how do we now get it to listen? So when the one event happens, it triggers the other one. And that's not too hard, actually. We'll add a little listener, which means game manager or instance dot on game state changed. It's going to also replicate itself to on game state change here. We're going to remove it if destroyed. That takes care of that problem. So now we know when the game gets enabled. If games, you know what? Switch game state. Generate switch labels. And I don't care. We're going to have a reference to the rigid body. And actually, I'm going to have paused playing and dead. Ready playing and dead, actually. Because we weren't really planning on a pause. You're either alive or you're dead. Let's get rid of that, regenerate though. Alright. Chip base, public rigid body, chip wing L, public rigid body, ship wing R. So when we die, ship wing L, I thought it was dot enable. False. Ship L dot gravity equals true. Public float speed, constant speed equals 10f. Change that later. We'll have private float current speed equals 0f. Ready? Nothing. Go. This is gonna control their character as, or control the the Wajima. Yeah, it'll control the ship as well as the. All of the physics and everything to do with the ship. So, what are we doing? Well, if we die, the wings should fall off and everything should fall to the ground, right? And there's no easy way to see when that happened. Because we don't really have a death state at the moment. Oh, we didn't have an error, so that's a good thing. Now, this does also have a collision detector, but I'm not going to make that part of my player control. Really could. We could. But I'm going to say, if we make it more generic, we can potentially later on use this for enemies. So if we just have a death collider in general. Public enum object type, types, player, enemy. We don't. I'm not even gonna have enemy, but still, let's put a placeholder in. Public enum object type equals subject player by default. Void on collision. And just because these are easy words to misspell and make mistakes, I always like to pull the, and there's no real good indicator when you make that mistake. I always make sure to take the extra minute. Literally copy it from the document. So if we've now had a collision with something, let's say public list string death tags equals new list string if collision actually if death tags contains collision game object tag, we must die. Now we can say if object type equal game manager instance game state equals player dead. That's it. See if that works. I haven't really thought it through. Right, we have to reload the script. I also didn't fill in the slots. Oops. We'll reload. Okay, everything's good there. Things that can kill us are wall. That's all. Just wall. Nothing else. We will later. Actually, we'll add it now. So the wall blocker, and we'll call this, you can call it anything, but we'll call it debris. Because that's convenient. So anything with those tags will kill us. There. Now if we hit any of those, if we hit that floor, pegged as a wall, so... Oh, I didn't assign something. Okay. We need a ship base. One. Left. Now let's see if it works. Ooh, wings fell off. So, like if that camera moved a little bit quicker. Yeah. Okay, apparently a bigger number's slower. Something. It is. I don't want fixed update. I'd like to have like. There we are. A 5.5. Cool. Arms go off, but they don't have a mesh collider. I think so. That was an interesting death. So I'm going to also only enable their colliders. This public collider ship wing L collider. Bum bum bum. True. Ah. Had to get something wrong. So now the ship should fall apart. However, in L. Now, yeah. Ship wing L at explosion force. Oh. Random Unity engine random range oh. That works. Just trying to add some oomph to the collision. Not enough strength. In. Did fall apart a little bit that time. And we could keep going. I mean, we could add a particle effect and all. Should be cool, but for now, I'm more interested in adding a particle effect to the motor. So I'm going to create a new empty spot right there, and I'll call it motor. Add a particle system. Have any particles? Okay, so we have a particle. Let's change the size. Shape. Tone is good. The radius has to come. That way. It has to come. I'm okay with it coming out fast and having a short lifespan. Parts. And in between. Constant. 1, 0. 82. Radius, let's reduce it down even more. That there we go. Use that lifetime. And then let's color by so I'd like it to start like it to start red, fully there. Maybe to go to orange. Hello. To white as it comes out. And fade looks good. That's now our ship. Starting to look cooler. We're going to need a public particle system called motor, and public game object called depth. Motor dot mission then what good is an enable disable if you can't set it? Just do that work. Yeah, but it's not letting me. I don't want to be on that version. Vertical systems. Oh. Okay. There we go. We'll also create a second one. Call it death. A motor. Death. Change it to that. Loop. I'll let it loop for now, but start speed. Reload the script we modified. Motor. Death. I thought he wasn't loop. Oh, he's not. He's got a jerk. All right, time to add some force. When playing, we set a speed, then chip base dot us. Right. X. E. That works. Now, I actually don't want this ship to have gravity. I've just been using that so we could test the physics. But we don't actually want that, because we're in space, you know, and there's no gravity in space. Okay. Try bigger. value. What are we doing wrong? Now we could probably actually do it this way. There's already an update there. Try dropping that back. Hey. Not kicking off to rigid body. And I should actually be putting that in a fixed update, but we'll worry about that later. Otherwise, it'll go different speeds for different people, depending on how fast they're going. Not something you usually want. Oh, right, if I change it there, it doesn't automatically change. Update if speed, well, current speed and speed. I want to use tolerance. No, it's got a risk, but not really a problem. Fantasy problem. What we'll do for now... Oh! There's no force because the game hasn't started yet. Let's create the start button. Oh, we got a game. Canvas. Scale with the screen size. Match width and height. This will make it so it'll work on any size system. And that's really what you need. 0. I want this in the top left-hand corner. Said that it's 800 wide, so let's go 300 by 100. Means you do 50, which means 50 minus 50. Alright, it's not the prettiest. But it will work. Canvas. I'm gonna go ahead and actually bring him in. Bit of a buffer. Add GUI manager. Get this going. We're also going to duplicate start. I call it score 0 300. It was 8. Top right. 75. All right, 150. There. Outline. Just how you color things and pretty them up, right? There. Oh. And normally you'd have a class for holding these things, but click. Would score. Numerator. Yeah. No. Return new. Seconds 1. Integer instance increase if game manager states state equals and add to the score. Oh. GUI manager. Line all this stuff up. So much like we did the other one. And actually we could probably move this logic to the GUI manager. A little more appropriate. Start coroutine, add score. And again, you probably would move a score over to an event as well, but in our case, we're only checking once a second, so it's not the end. But we will listen for the event. Because need a public Unity UI text, public Unity engine UI button. We'll call this start, and we'll call this start. Okay. So when the state says ready, begin. Otherwise, false. There. And then let's go with void public void start game manager instance game state equals playing. Game, we'll just go scene manager. Score equals 0. Scene. And we have that now, so we can go ahead and actually just have text score text equals game instance score string. I'm done. Have a start button, a start, restart, score, and back in. Player presses start, we're going to call start game. Player presses restart, we're going to restart game. That should be it, really. There. Perfect. Dies. Boom. Start. Why did it so dark this second? That part I'm not so sure of, but at least we have a... Okay. Hello? Alright, we can do this anywhere. Let's do var pause equals form dot position public object player. Actually, let's do transform. Bar pause I equals player dot. All right. That should really be it. Fancy. Player into the slot. Hit play. Would do local because it's under a player object, and so it's actually just an folder. Okay. Play. All right. Cool. I think. Now I'm going to make a change because the score is going to be really hard to get. So, GUI Manager, let's speed it up a little bit. We're actually almost done now. We'll make it 4 points per second. We're gonna add a music. Go ahead and hit that up. Where did I put that to? Or is it already in here? That'd be crazy talk. Or this one. I'd also like to create a sound effect, so online 8-bit. That's the one I'm looking for. That's sound effects. Wait. I would love a click. That'll work. Oh well. Good enough. You're getting so close. So close. So let's take the that level. Video can go in there. Light can go in there. Event system. We only have one UI. I'm just gonna stick the manager. Source. Music. Audio controller. Click. Death. Actually, death one I'm going to put player. Part of the ship. Set it. Your controller. That one. Act. Death. X. Enable him. Position. Here. Go source. Death effect. That's it for him. Now there's a sound effect on death. I'm also going to bring the speed down a little bit. There. Now, as for this guy, I could create an audio control manager just like I have a GUI manager and go on a similar. Yeah. Let's do this right. Love. Love, 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 love. Eat, but we won't. down, turn. But we will borrow some code from the GUI manager to and O's, that would be strange. Score. The only thing we're gonna do is hollow these out. Now we've got an empty state manager sound. So I'm going to public source music, public audio source click. Public void click. Click. We're going to hit this from the GUI manager. He's now going to need a public audio. Here. Oh. These two we're going to call audio click or audio play. Not public. Press. Playing. All right. Go. Seems pretty good. Do a reload, connect the two pieces, and then the only thing we have left is to deal with some steering, which is pretty bloody cool, if I may say so myself. So, took an hour or two longer than expected, but still okay with that. I didn't bring that in. Okay, so we got all of our effects, and we said the GUI manager is going to need a reference to the audio control. That's it. So hit save, hit play. Close. So. Interesting. So. There. You can take. So that's done. Now we just need the player to be able to move, right? So what are we going to do? Well, on void update, if game manager game equals, actually, let's go with tool enable mouse follow equals false. And that's a pretty ugly looking script, but you could split this stuff up, right? Clean that up. But it gets the idea across, right? So from there you can clean up and change it the way you like. But if enable mouse follow, let's think about this. So follow script is going based on x plus 2. So we want mouse x minus 2. So let's go with if mouse input mouse position what was that? There was a good command for getting the mouse position relative. You're clicking without using a raycast. And there's a couple, one way with the camera. Yeah. That actually should. I believe me. Yeah, okay. Oh, I guess. That technically would work. Not too bad. How would you use a plane? I don't want to dig up old code, but I know there's smarter and easier ways to do it. But a little closer to what I was thinking. So So, the mouse position. I'm so certain one of these is going to have to be. Temp position. We'll take a look, but yeah. We'll give that a shot. It could also be, though, if his hip is at a strange angle. Not. But we're on the player control. F. But I will do, for now, disable that check. It'll just constantly do it. Oh. Need position to be X. Should be depth. Script. Gotta go. Sure. So. I want the mouse's X position and the Y position. Okay. And we can use our D position. Minus 2F. I'm actually gonna go 10 out. And we want screen to world. Need to invert something. We're so close. Oh, what's going on? Oh, one of them's. You guys should go back and look at vector. Yeah. Maybe. Oh, maybe we're not doing what I think we're doing after all. I might be just tired. Okay, that's the wrong. That's the right spot. Oh man. Look at school. Me. Eh. up. Let's try that. Didn't reload. Alright, we're getting really close. Oh, there's a lot of people actually on. Hello, everybody. Here I am off of my own little one. I can see the blocks getting created in the right spots back there. Tells me my mouse is correct. Just this painful little bugger. Wonder if it's because he. Oh. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay. Yeah. The reason it's giving me grief is because this guy is set to an angle. When the parent's set to an angle, he's going to offset all the time. Okay. Oops. Undo that. This time, let's reset him. Now say player. So one. Now he's got a snap. And I want. And he's now got a -1. Now this may influence some of our other scripts. I don't think so because we were working in world positions, but we want to take a moment and check. So the ship is now at a 90-degree angle. So we could either apply a 90-degree rotation, so transform dot rotate. But that could put us into gimbal lock. The better solution, an empty object. Here. Oh. Rotate. Think that. So close. So. He's upside down, but he's facing the right way. Always tough when you're dealing with something with a set of some kind. When this gets to be a pain like this, what I like to do is public vector 3 and call this rotation, which is new vector 3 supposed to be minus 90, 0, 0, because that's what we're seeing here, but it's not quite working. Let's do it this way. Reload. Player controller will get a new vector 3 that we can modify. There we go. Minus 90. That's actually correct now. Just to make double sure, we had the plate. Right. Means we also no longer need this testing code. Now, relative. Turns a little too fast to the spot. Okay, so the mouse position's not transitioning with it. Take a quick look at that. So it's looking at transform position. It's 2. I'm gonna go camera. Main. Look in the right direction. But he not. That's the problem. But it shouldn't be, 'cause it actually should be good. maybe. Maybe. This is not updating where the pressure's coming from. I don't know. I don't know. Turns just a little. Getting there. Getting there. I think we're actually not too bad off tightening up some of that stuff now. Constant speed's okay. I'll try to reduce his. Actually seems to be moving with a bit of drag from the look at some of these options. I've been adding a relative.
Please listen carefully.
Add rep. like this is... Could be. Back to it. Code. Replay. I love bugs, man. Well, what I could do, instead of dealing with it that way, could do cheap velocity. That might work. I'd want to multiply that by maybe near. Oh, yeah. I did wrong. Oh. Actually, let's keep this. That was working, wasn't turning. And then let's we can't adjust the volt. That works. That might force the velocity to go forward. Oh. been a while since I tried to use it. Rotated our object. Dropping that down. Oh, that totally did. Okay. Okay. I'm getting really close, which I love. I think I'm okay with it in its current state. The only difference I'm gonna make is on the two wings. I'm gonna add spotlight. Rotated 90, just 90. Huh? I go 45. I want to go a distance of maybe 8. Alex. Ship, however, this. I'm not liking that as acceleration. I think if I do a force like that, it comes acceleration. I'm having a hard time getting here. Got a small thing to fix, which is to also have. Actually, let's make it easier to see. Those anymore? Put the level layout. Two light bulbs in there. I think this is giving you a good idea, at least, of the kind of stuff you could do if you want. Mobile and James. 10 times.
Something here is causing this to zero out. And that's a vector. Okay. Good. I was. If speed is smaller than F, speed F. Give that 11. Okay. Should set a minimum maximum, but I know. What is the constant set to? Direction. So right now I'm pretty happy with most things. I'm just thinking there's got to be some stuff we could do to disable. Make this a little bit. and a little less difficult. Yeah, stay. Oh. Random enable. Enable. Okay. Created 3 little fun scripts. I will like them. Like random direction. Say looking options, left, right, down. Start. End. Void start. Numerator. Field return new wait. Second F. Let's just go. We'll set the. Equals 0, I space I plus plus field turn new. Fixed date. So switch direction. That's the same. It's the same. Now this should be offloaded to a separate function because we are repeating ourselves, but we're just going to swap. And that should give us a yank. Cool. Actually, GUI manager, did we start that time? Yeah. Now, quotes. Unit engine, range, 0, comma. If rand equals 0. If rand equals 1. Direction. Because we're in enum, we actually probably could just say could convert it, but let's keep control just in case we want to change something later. Okay. Now that's that. This case, I'm gonna go for 100. Public equals 30. If rand is smaller than odds, game up at act false. So now there's a 30% chance that that object will fail. And then last, form plus 1. Object set active true. All right, that should now be done. And we could keep going and eventually create an end state with a victory and all that stuff, but we aren't going to go that far today. Just cause well, all right, let's do this properly. Just because you guys are watching and you're keeping me on it. state. Victory. None of that. Nope. We will add a case there. I'm gonna take followed by the cave set. And object. The mesh ring. We'll make it a tree. We will call it Victory. Cool. A death collector. I'm going to create a new one called Victory Collector. And instead of on collision enter, it'll be on trigger enter. Don't care about that. We'll only ever have one victory tag equals. Victory. Enter. Remember what I said a long time ago. I always like to look these up to make sure I don't make a spelling mistake. Hey PHP, sorry I missed that a while ago. It's actually pretty good. We had a huge snowfall a couple days ago, and it actually wasn't too bad. I was worried I would have to do a lot of snow removal, but turned out it was okay. So thanks for asking. All right, now we've got a Victory Collider that works the same as our Death Collider, and we've tied in a Victory State, and we've added some randomization to everything, and we have a Victory object. And we just gotta go in the player. And pick the ship. And we're at the Death Collider. Ooh, Victory. That should be done. That should randomize. I'm gonna get rid of those little lights. these guys. What I'm going to get rid of here is those have a rigid body and a collider. I'm just going to get rid of that because they are interrupting the flight. Yeah. Enable the collider. Yep, get it. Don't enable the collider. Lens flares can go. Do I really care right? That's a. So I'm going to duplicate those. Give it one more. Oh. I transformed child out of bounds. No problem. We can fix that. And it's because I forgot. I think children is zeroed out, right? Load. Pretty funky little game, actually. What we've been up to. Oh, died. It's something. Okay. These guys are moving, but then they come back and they stop moving. That's not right. Oh, I know why. While application display. There we go. That tells it to loop forever. Same with the score tracker. I betcha. Score. While application dot playing. There we go. Fix those. Doesn't fix. Stuff coming out of nowhere and smacking us in the nose. Oh, no. I don't know why. Those three I can actually. And then the other teeth, we had another teeth. Three, we're good. 8. So close. I did add those loops. Let me take a quick look and make sure. Oh, that's exactly what happened. Whoops. Try that. All right. Good news is, just about done. So I'm gonna zip up the project and I'll leave it in the chat. So if anybody there wants to pick up the project and work on it, be able to totally do so. Not for me in terms of needing to help me, but more so that you guys can hold on to the project we just worked on and take a look through and see how all the inner parts are working. Woohoo! Okay. Now let's do a cleanup. They're called scripts. In there, let's put folders, scraps. Beautiful. And then we can probably get rid of that pause thing. Not use it. All right, let's take a look. Ooh, I hit something. Sometimes that seems to happen. Thought the wings. Ah, you know what? Let us, for safety's sake, I'm gonna delete. There we go. No, okay. So, for some reason he's hitting something. Not, could be the there. Ended up not needing this. Getting rid of it. So we'd set them to dead. If that tag is. So, pick the ship under his rigid body. Change it from discrete to continuous. Coming through somewhere in here. Panels, it's in a I'm aware that there's an object called invisible. Crap. Those guys are now. Oh, we won't chase it too much. Us. Oh, we're bouncing off the wall. Why? That wall doesn't kill us. Why does he bounce? Is he? I think we really had anything. Yep. Are bouncing off a wall? Something. That didn't do it. That didn't do it. Suspect it could be our physics. and we'll give it a shot, just in case. No, it's suspicious that we hit it at that one point every time. We think that somewhere there's something. There's a wall. That one's way behind. That's what it is. Yeah. Because I'm already at a position by checking for that I think is local. This should now work. But I was actually just reaching where the mouse was. Victory text. Otherwise, we won. So that was the problem. There we go. We're done. I'll share this link over with everybody. With this little project file. Beautiful. I wasn't checking if the scores actually. Check one more time, but like, yeah. Too close to the wall. Cool. There you go. So, I think we're happy with that. Let's just, we'll get rid of TOS. We never used it. We have our sound effects, our scripts, our music. We have our 3D models. Main for a reflection probe, which is funny because we don't really need one. Don't need. Might be. What are we using for light? Lens flare. We are using Unity standard assets. So white. And I think we're using Nebula Red. Orange Blue. Get rid of everything else. Rid of the cartoon, so we only have the one texture or the one material that now we could bring in some other stuff for prototyping, but I just want to take a quick look at the material. Got all our materials set. Could switch these over to something a little more mobile, right? Let's take a look at it with Tune. Like, I can't click on anything right. Okay. One quick solution is to that's the proper solution. Okay. Well, I think I kind of said this before, but I'm kind of happy with it just at default. Go cheap. And maybe we'll add our image effects. Kinda cool, but I promised we were coming back to this video. Hard to cool. No, I didn't want to edit, I wanted to remove X. Oh, that looks cool. Okay, I think that's what I like right there. Hey. That's it. We're done. So I'm going to go ahead and do a build settings. I'm going to switch it to WebGL. And we'll be done a little title. Bin. All this space on. Or Jason. Chipper space. No. It just. Okay, I'm working on it. I'm working. Oh. So that's it. Got that building. That'll take a while. In the meantime, let's go ahead and start getting you guys. Project. This one, I'll resume my Dropbox. It might take a bit to sync everything. We have a folder called gosh, right at the end. I don't know where the fuck. I wonder if a normal project for doubt it on LiveEdu would let me upload code and start working. It does. Alright. Tutorial. In this long session, you'll get a chance to create a space flight sim using Unity 3D, complete with models and assets. Curriculum. Just a single session. We don't cover the basics very well in this tutorial to save time. But I'd say that's pretty accurate. We didn't cover the too well. And finish building. Right now I'm just uploading all the project files for you guys, but we're done. Finished. Do you drive me nuts? Do you drive me nuts? Not good nuts. One single session. We do not cover the basics in this. Still strippity. Moving. Oh, not removing assemblies anymore. Or wait. Cool. As long as it works. So, that's all upload. The Dropbox is still taking its sweet time. Taking file. And just checking. Come on, magically work and I'll be happy. LiveEdu still won't let me upload project files. I don't know. LiveEdu still won't let me upload. Dropbox it is. Go ahead and close everything down, I think. Might just be because I always have big projects. I don't know, man. I just at Red Iron Labs, not at LiveEdu. Okay, well. It's time. I'm just gonna manually upload it to Dropbox. Dropbox is not a very friendly tool when you have as many files as... Some of the files in here are somewhat... because there's one skybox. That's the all skybox. I don't want to just upload it to Git, because I'd like to get his permission if I... The only solution is upload it you guys somewhere else so that just you guys can get. Dropbox is kind of saturating the connection. Where's my Dropbox? I've had Dropbox for 10 years, I swear. Why is it trying to give me a tutorial? I think I'm good. That build's so slow. You're unique. Work faster. Maybe I should just upload it to something like big. Be ugly, but... At least a little. Checking some things out in work. Could be have some vibes. Could be, could be. I'm regretting having started a build. Vicious. The news is drop boxes. So while I let that finish up, go ahead and start our wind down. We spent more time today than kind of expected on this little project for another little music studio, but I feel like they deserve a little thank you. So giving them a nice little fun, quirky game will be, I think, kind of a cool thing. I really hope they like it. And then for everybody who's been on the stream, you guys have at least got to see what it takes to throw together a game in, you know, a period of a few hours. And that's kind of cool. We had a lot of fun today. Tomorrow's stream, as I'm sure some of you know, we are doing our premium stream. So that's a premium one for learning how to create Flappy Bird. So tomorrow's Flappy Bird, for anyone who wants project files from today. So tomorrow's Flappy Bird, we're going to be basically working on user interface, score tracking. So last week we covered the entire kind of game engine side. So we'll just be prettying it up and cleaning it up. And then week number 4, we're coming back and we will, because you guys might remember if you were on that premium stream, I had said, you know, there's some areas that we should come back and clean up. That's what we're doing week 4. So week 4 is cleaning up, tidying up, documenting some of the code, so that if we get into a bind down in the future, it's easy for us to come back and work. And that's pretty much everything for today. So as always, if you enjoyed today's stream, please follow, share, like, get us out there and do whatever you can. If you're a premium user, remember you have special godlike powers. You can request special projects like today's project, and you can request that from the support team at LiveEdu. And if you request that a group like Red Iron Labs works on it, it makes us look really, really good. So make sure to leverage your project requests and get people from LiveEdu to start spinning up projects that interest you and get you going. If you're not into that, do feel free to follow us on Discord. I'll share our Discord link. I'm sure everybody's got a copy of it by now, but I'll put that in the chat as well. As always, you can chat anytime with me or any of our team over Discord. And last but not least, we always take donations quite happily. Gives me a chance to spend some money on some cream that I can have, or some catnip, or other little things that keep little cats like me happy. And that means that I get fed, so I'm not as likely to chase birds. And every time I go to chase birds, there's always some big dog down the block. So personally, if you send any donations, that's always great too. And you can send that through the links on here or on our lab website. That being said, some of you won't be able to do the premium stream tomorrow, so I just wanted to say that we have some very interesting news coming out of us this month. We're hoping to have 3 titles launch. So I can't say too much on it yet, but I will keep you all up to date. And as always, follow us if you're interested and just help share the word. We're a tiny studio, and everything you guys do, every time you just say our name or share us, it all comes together and helps us to create a really cool brand. So thank you, everybody. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Stay out of trouble, and I'll see some of you tomorrow. The rest of you I'll probably see on Sunday. Sunday's when we're working on a secret project. So talk to you guys later. Bye and have